On behalf of the Institute and our team, I welcome you all and thank you for sparing your valuable time, being with us well in time. Our guests are on way. We are just placing the entrance and other videos on screen so that at the same time you can witness the arrival. I'll come back once the guest will be here. We'll be starting soon. Thank you so much. The CM, Government of Meghalaya, has already arrived. Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, you can also see. Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, is arriving very shortly. And then she'll be going around for the exhibition, interacting with the startups of the Northeast region. It will be a very proudful moment. And then we'll soon be having her and the Chief Minister in this hall. Please bear with us and witness the entire movement on the screen. Thank you. Secretary Corporate Affairs, DG, IICA. It's a long-awaited moment. And dear friends, this is the occasion when we are first organizing our footprints in the Northeast region with this event, which is in form of a 2-day conclave. I would also like to share with you the government under its mega scheme for the progress and development of Northeastern region has sanctioned through Ministry of Donier a regional campus of IICA. Presently, we operate from our IMT Manesar Gurgaon campus, which is functional since 2012, in order to bring the corporates closer and to help the ecosystem to develop by empowering the professionals, youth, as well as the entrepreneurs. The institute today is starting its temporary regional campus. It will take time to build the regional campus at the 5 acres land which has been graciously granted by Government of Meghalaya. To unfold our journey, we are beginning with this 2 days national conclave with energetic and enthusiastic support from all the constituents and institutions of the Northeast. We are especially grateful to the government of Meghalaya for tireless efforts and kind support in organizing this, without which it will not be possible. It's also a proud moment for all of us to have a number of entrepreneurs, startups from the 8 northeastern states who have made all possible efforts, traveling from far and wide, showcasing their initiatives and being part of the discussions and deliberations over a period of 2 days' time, so that we can work together to give a boost in times to come. A warm welcome to you all again, and our dignitaries who have all joined. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be beginning with the inaugural proceedings. Thank you. A tour to the stalls and the exhibit area representing the initiatives and achievements of the startups of the 8 northeastern states. Madam Minister is interacting, as you can see, and watching the initiatives and the showcase of their innovative products.
बॉक्स ये सब रेडी है ना? ठीक है, मैच बॉक्स का हु विल असिस्ट आई डोंट नो.
हमने क्यों ऐसे
मैडम मूव कर रही है लिफ्ट
Friends, the guests are about to be with us any moment. I would request everybody to please settle down and put your phones on silent mode. It's a humble request. I would request to please clear the passage and help my colleagues on this. Ma'am, sir, can you please take your seats? I'll request Mr. Batra to please ensure the passage is clear. A very warm welcome to our guest, our Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs and Chief Minister, Government of Meghalaya is with us. May I request, ma'am and sir, please, all the dignitaries be on the dais. Please stand up for welcoming the guests on dais. It's a proud moment for IICA Shillong during its first program for the IICA Shillong Regional Campus. Please settle down. A very good morning and welcome, madam and other dignitaries on the dais. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, along with Government of Meghalaya, IICA welcomes you to the inaugural session of the IICA Northeast Conclave 2025 here at the IIM Shillong campus. Today marks a key milestone in our collective vision from ideation to incorporation so that the Northeast's huge potential can be transformed into the lasting prosperity through participated efforts. We are honored to welcome the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, the Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, Secretary Corporate Affairs, who have graciously joined us for this inaugural session of the 2 days IICA's Northeast Conclave and the first program of IICA's regional campus at Shillong. May I request and invite the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs and the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya and other dignitaries on the dais for lighting of the lamp and a beginning of this 2-day ceremony. It's a very auspicious beginning of IICA Shillong's first event, the 2 days conclave, where the startups from 8 northeastern states are present with us with their founders, co-founders, and also showcasing their activities. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, and the dignitaries on dais for the auspicious unfolding. We now begin the formal proceedings of the inaugural session. It is my honor to invite Secretary, Corporate Affairs, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address and set the context for this 2 days conclave of our regional campus. I welcome Secretary, Corporate Affairs, please.
Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad Sangma, Chief Secretary Meghalaya Donald, Director IIM Shillong and members of the Board of Governors, DGCA, CEO IICA, industry leaders, startups from across India's northeastern region, members of the 3 professional institutions, a very good morning. Let me welcome you to the first ever conclave organized by IICA Shillong. And like the previous speaker has mentioned, this is the kickoff event of IICA Shillong. The presence of the Honorable Union Minister and the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya here today underscores our collective commitment towards strengthening India's entrepreneurial ecosystem and fostering inclusive economic growth. The topic of this conclave is very aptly themed as ideation to incorporation, and it is equally applicable for the IICA. If it was not for the 2 dignitaries who are sitting on the dais, IICA Shillong would have never happened. So it is with their support that this event is actually happening and IICA Shillong is taking place. So here today we are collected to deliberate, ideate, and commit ourselves to building an ecosystem that is rooted in robust governance and powered by sustainable innovation. We are guided in this endeavor by the words of our Honorable Prime Minister, who at the Rising Northeast Investor Summit this year said, "There was a time when the Northeast was just called a frontier region. Today, it is becoming the front runner of growth. This entire region is blessed with rich biodiversity, cultural capital, and an abundance of natural resources. It is uniquely positioned to cater to both local and global markets. It is heartening to note that the startup registrations in the Northeast have risen by more than 12 times compared to 2018. As of December 2024, over 2,050 startups from the region have been formally recognized. And this has led to almost generating employment opportunities of almost 23,000, which features 900 plus women-led startups. Where does IICA and where does the Ministry of Corporate Affairs fit in? So, from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and IICA, let me tell you that we are aligning with this broad vision through our regulatory reforms, our digital transformation, and what we now call as the trust-based corporate regulation. The vision of the ministry is very clear. Good governance must not be a burden for startups. It must be an advantage. We are now building a policy and digital infrastructure that allows governance to be embedded from day one, not as a barrier, but as a foundation for trust and growth. This is being operationalized through our mandates encompassing the Companies Act 2013, the Limited Liability Partnership Act, the Competition Act, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, and the professional regulatory acts for the chartered accountants, cost accountants, and company secretaries. The one-person company framework, ma'am, like I mentioned to you, out of the 400 registrations here, about 1/3 of them are one-person companies. This is a specific framework under the Companies Act designed to democratize access to corporate structure benefits for individual entrepreneurs. As of May 31st, 2025, we have about 69,000 active one-person companies with a collective paid-up capital of about 900 crores. This represents a very dynamic segment of India's corporate economy. The sectoral distribution of these OPCs is particularly appealing to the service-oriented enterprises, where the community, personal and social services lead at 31% of the new registrations, followed by business services and trading sectors. This pattern basically underscores the framework's effectiveness in providing corporate structure benefits with limited liability while maintaining sole control, making it an ideal framework for professionals, consultants, and innovative entrepreneurs. We have brought about massive changes that are aimed at making registering a business, running a business, and even closing the business much more quicker, transparent, and less costly than before. Governance is an important, very important aspect of at the startup stage, right from the beginning. Because investors today don't just invest in ideas, they invest in structures, in transparency, and long-time potential. So sound governance practices, which means having an independent board, maintaining financial discipline, regular statutory filings, these help startups become scale-ready and investor attractive. Through the IICA, we are deeply committed to helping build startups, MSMEs, and individual entrepreneurs understand and apply these principles. We will serve from IICA as a convergence point for regulators, industry, academia, and civil society. I am pleased to share today, ma'am, that IICA has signed 7 strategic MOUs with the leading institutions, including the Meghalaya Administrative Training Institute, IIM Shillong, ICAI, ICSI, ICMI, the Software Technology Parks of India, and NLU Guwahati. These MOUs are the foundational partnerships that will power training, research, knowledge exchange, startup advisory, and compliance readiness tailored for the requirements of the Northeastern region. Together, they represent a very comprehensive multi-institutional platform that will deliver governance innovation, sectoral best practices, and customized support to entrepreneurs and government functionaries alike. This 2-day conclave strategically addresses critical regulatory and governance challenges that startups face throughout their life cycle, from ideation to sustainable growth. We have taken note, ma'am, of the concern which you have expressed right now, and we will have a look again at the workshop agenda to see if we can get some more people in who can advise the startups of how to scale up and approach bigger markets. IICA is expected to act as the knowledge partner for this entire Northeast startup and entrepreneurial ecosystem. It will leverage its comprehensive expertise across corporate laws and responsible governance. The upcoming capacity building initiatives, which we are now planning along with institutions who are here, the 3 institutes, they include comprehensive training programs on corporate compliance, governance frameworks for early stage companies, insolvency and restructuring mechanisms, which is very crucial for startup pivots and growth financing, and competition law compliance when you're scaling up. The partnership with the professional institutions will allow access to certified professional skills in regulatory compliance, financial reporting, and governance standards. All the 3 institutions here, ma'am and sir, I think we had mentioned when we spoke to Donald, they will be coming out with customized courses for not probably a full certified professional, but even the short certificate course, so that people with a normal BCom degree or a BA degree can do these short-term certification and actually help the companies in managing their governance requirements. We also, from IICA, have an independent director data bank, which will also be accessible to the startups and the entrepreneurs or the companies here, and because they will be help them to advise them to meet both the regulatory requirements and the entrepreneurial needs. To every aspiring entrepreneur who's in this room, each of your idea matters, but the execution matters even more. And we have seen that sometimes compliance frightens away the best of ideas and its implementation, but we are there with you so that this doesn't happen, and we will let the governance empower you. We have startups like Galho from Nagaland in the organic food sector. We have Zizida from Meghalaya in agri-tech, and Bambustan in bamboo technology. All this shows that when it's rooted in local strengths and is guided by governance, regional ideas can actually grow global. So as we embark on this collaborative and transformative journey through the IICA Shillong, I am confident that the insights, the connections, and the commitments which are emerging from these 2 days will significantly contribute to realizing the northeastern India's entrepreneurial potential. In the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, through IICA and our other professional institutions, we remain steadfast in serving as a comprehensive ecosystem enabler and transformational partner for the region's entrepreneurial renaissance. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words, setting the tone for this 2 days conclave, and also sharing the policy level and policy level initiatives of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and capacity building initiatives that IICA has taken as well as will be taking with the help of the partnering institutes from today onwards. I now have the privilege of inviting the Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, to address the August gathering. Sir.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji, our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee, Secretary of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Shri Ganeshwar Singh, the DG of IICA, Director of IIM Shillong, Dr. Nalini, the member of the board of Director IIM Shillong, all the representatives of different organizations, companies who are present here this morning for this very important event. Ladies, gentlemen, members of the press who are present here. Today is a landmark occasion in which IICA is holding this Northeast Conclave 2025 for the first time. This location itself, the IIM Shillong campus, symbolizes the convergence of tradition, governance, and enterprise. I remember just about 2 months back, we had a video conferencing with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in which Secretary Deepti participated from Delhi, and I was speaking from here. And it was an ideation at that point of time. And fast track it, 2 months later, it's incorporation that's happened, which is the theme of the conclave, which is happening right here. Ideation to incorporation. We want the ideas to fructify. We want the ideas to happen, and that is the theme of this conclave. We are very happy that, in fact, we walk the talk by ensuring that it happened very fast. The launch of IICA in Shillong, it's a landmark development for the whole of the northeastern region. It's a long-awaited institutional presence that will bring high-quality governance, knowledge, corporate affairs expertise, which is lacking in the Northeast especially, and regulatory capacity closer to our administration and entrepreneurial grassroots. This way, by having an institution of repute, we can ensure that we have complete corporate compliance, financial literacy, ESG integration, startup regulation, public-private convergence in policy implementation. Happy also that today MOUs will be signed with many organizations, including some from our state here in Meghalaya, which I'm sure will create a synergy in policy implementation. In our state of Meghalaya, we have had robust foundation for enterprise-led growth through policy initiatives like the Meghalaya Startup Policy, the Prime Ecosystem, and these have ensured reducing compliance friction, and ensuring real-time support through district-level prime hubs, creating financial and market access infrastructure. As an officer of the state, I can see that IICA is an opportunity to improve data-driven policy making. For instance, access to compliance datasets can help design better MSME interventions. Also, ESG interventions and benchmarking tools can inform state-level procurement practices, and capacity-building modules for local bodies can enhance public trust in regulatory processes. In fact, one of the points that I made when we had discussed at the ideation stage was that the biggest challenge for all of us here in the Northeast, and especially in Meghalaya, was lack of financial literacy. For example, when we look at small-time entrepreneurs, MSME industries, we find that they are not so empowered, they are not so financially literate as far as even GST is concerned. Many of them fail to file GST returns because of the lack of knowledge and lack of expertise. So we can see that with the coming up of the IICA over here, we have a platform that will help and assist the local entrepreneurs. And we are grateful to that, ma'am, for bringing IICA to Shillong. It's the first campus, I believe, outside the headquarters in Delhi. Regarding this conclave, I'm happy to share that this forum will enable Meghalaya to engage with national and global stakeholders, not just as policy consumer, but as thought contributors. The themes being discussed today: responsible entrepreneurship, sustainable growth, shareholder capitalism, are not ideals. They reflect the life reality of communities in Meghalaya. Let me end by saying IICA is doing, through this regional campus, nation building at the granular level. By embedding governance wisdom in every district in the state of Meghalaya, by simplifying compliance for small entrepreneurs, as I had mentioned, and by building regulatory capacity of business institutions, we are jointly laying the foundation for a Northeast that leads not just in ideas, but in institutional excellence. The government of Meghalaya remains fully committed to supporting this effort through land contribution, through infrastructure, coordination, and administrative commitment. We can assure you all help and assistance from our side. We see this as a shared responsibility and a shared opportunity. For all the business leaders from the industry, I can share only one thing before I sit down, and that is we welcome all of you to invest in the state. In the last 3 years itself, more than 15 new policies from industries to tourism to investments have been approved in the state, and the latest was just yesterday, in which the cabinet approved the film making policy. All of you are welcome to work in the state. We work at a rapid pace. When CM says anything to us and give us directives, he doesn't say, do it by tomorrow. It is, do it by yesterday. Thank you very much, and God bless. Wish all this conclave the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious remarks and steadfast commitment to nurturing Northeast entrepreneurial ecosystem with the help of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to an important highlight to which the Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, was mentioning: a formal exchange of memorandum of understanding between IICA and the 6 leading partners, some of them from the Northeast region, Meghalaya itself, and others the key institutions of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now I swiftly would like to request and invite, on behalf of IICA, our DG, Mr. G.K. Singh, and the representatives of the institute. May I invite Sri Cyril Dengdo, Director General, Meghalaya Administrative Training Institute. Sir, may I request my colleagues to help? Professor Nalini Tripathi, Director IIM Shillong, between IIM Shillong and IICA. Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, between STPI and IICA. Shri Charanjot Singh Nanda, President ICAI, between ICAI and IICA. Shri Ashish Garg, past President, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, between ICSI and ISCA. Shri Vibhuti. Yeah. Shri Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, President, ICAI, and Professor KVS Sharma, Vice Chancellor, NLU Assam. Thank you very much. It's a proud moment for IICA and the 7 institutions entering into an MOU, forging a partnership and relationship purely focused on the progress, capacity building, development of professionals in the Northeast region. Thank you very much, all the key institutions and their respective leadership. Now, may I now invite Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya to grace this occasion with his special address at the inaugural ceremony of 2 days conclave. Over to you, sir.
Respected Finance and Corporate Affairs Minister, Government of India, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji, our Honorable and respected Chief Secretary, Mr. D.P. Walang, our respected Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Madam Dipti Gaur Mukherjee, respected DG of IICA, Shri G.K. Singh, our officials from different departments of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Government of Meghalaya, our faculty and board members of IIM, all the other officials who are present out here today, the members and officials from different institutes, our dear entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. I first of all would like to once again welcome our respected Finance Minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji, to the campus of IIM Shillong, This has been one visit that we have all been looking forward to, and we are extremely happy that today Madam has been able to come to our state and also here today to the campus of the IIM Shillong. Friends, today is a very, very important occasion and a very important day. This establishment of the IICA regional campus in Shillong, a lot of people may not realize, but it has the potential of being a major game changer. The Northeast for a very, very long time has seen or has been in a way neglected from the overall national agenda that we have seen throughout the country. We've also seen that historically Northeast has faced large number of challenges, whether it is the unrest we had, the different problems of militancy, whether it was the overall investment in key infrastructure in the Northeast, whether it was the aspect of ensuring that overall development came to the Northeast, and even basic attention being given to the states in the Northeast. All of this was lacking in the past decades, many, many decades, I should say. But I can tell you, as a person who has been very active in politics for the last 25 years, I started at a very young age, of course. I can tell you the scenario has been very, very different in the last 11 years since the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has taken over as the Honorable Prime Minister of the country. There has been a complete change. And it starts with the change in the mindset itself. Just the thought process of you believing and making the team believe and the nation believe that Northeast is an integral part of this nation, and this nation will only grow holistically if the entire country, including the Northeast, grows. And that mindset has triggered numerous developments and changes in terms of policy, in terms of action, in terms of development, in terms of different kind of opportunities that have opened up for the people of the Northeast. And today is just another very, very small example of that change in mindset, and that mindset, the change, been converted into action and deliverables. And seeing the first IICA regional campus coming here in Shillong. It's not about Shillong. It's a regional campus for the entire Northeast. And this is what real change is about. Honorable Prime Minister has visited Northeast close to 70 times. I think it's more than all the former Prime Ministers put together. He has visited Northeast more than all the former Prime Ministers, with due respect to former Prime Ministers. Every cabinet minister, every MOS today makes it mandatory to visit the Northeast, because it is different when you see it with your own eyes. When you feel it, when you look into the peoples, the entrepreneurs who are here, the youngsters who are here, when you hear their voice and look into their eyes and see that passion in them, it makes a difference. When you see the different situations that we are facing in the Northeast and see it for yourself, it makes a difference. And this is what real change is about. And I can tell you, in the last many, many years, since the Honorable Prime Minister has taken over, we have seen the Northeast completely transform. And once again, I take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and thank the Honorable Finance Minister for all the support that they have shown and the action that they've taken to bring Northeast at par and maybe even beyond, so that we can compete with the rest of the country and even compete with the rest of the world. The IICA regional campus is a major step, But I used the word, if you remember in the beginning, I said has the potential. Because this is going to be a building. It's going to be an institute. The question is, how is this building and institute going to make a difference? How are you going to address the issues? What activities you're going to take up? How will the entrepreneurs benefit? I think there has to be a lot of engagement in that aspect. And I do hope and I do expect that that kind of engagement will take place and we will see the kind of changes, as mentioned by the Chief Secretary, that so many aspects of professionalism that are required. That's just the basics. Those things must happen. And those things can happen, I should say, even without IICA, to be very frank. We can have many, many companies and organizations and institutes coming and doing the same. But what will IICA bring up that is going to be different from others? It is a connectivity with the rest of the world. The kind of human resource that you will have, the kind of engagement you can do with the ministries, the kind of engagement you can do with the rest of the world. It is that connection and that additional step forward beyond the mandate that has been given to you. That is what will make the difference. Therefore, I use the word, it has the potential. We have to catch up. And therefore, we cannot just simply walk. We need to run. And when we need to run, we need the best people in the system to be there to hold our hands and to work with us. I'm very happy to see today that many entrepreneurs are coming. Many states in the Northeast today, I'll tell you, I keep telling people this many, many times, that the timing is right for the Northeast. Let me tell you. The timing is right. The kind of focus that Government of India is having is just correct. The kind of activities and initiatives being taken by the state governments is absolutely correct. A lot more needs to be done, but it's happening like never before. The kind of aggressive development work and policies and movement that's taking place, it has never happened before. The coordination within the Northeast among the states to work together as a team has never happened before. The kind of peace and the situation overall that we see in the Northeast, that has never been there before. The kind of engagement that we are doing with the rest of the country has never been like this before. Therefore, if you look at the timing, this is a great time. And this window of next 5 years is going to be absolutely crucial for the development of the Northeast, and we need to ensure that we are able to connect the dots and we're able to push all aspects, and every section, every stakeholder must play their role and their part to achieve that particular goal. So today I see the entrepreneurs out here. This program and all the efforts put in by central government, state government, and all of us will mean nothing if the entrepreneurs don't take it in their hands to be able to make that difference. And therefore, I appeal to the entrepreneurs, you will not get this opportunity like this. There's a great opportunity, and I hope that you will take this opportunity and move forward. Ma'am, I can tell you that from the state of Meghalaya, because this is, of course, a program for the entire Northeast, but as the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, I can tell you that for us, entrepreneurship has been one of the biggest and the most important pillars, I should say, for our economic policy that we have followed. In the last 7 years, we started programs called Prime. Today we have a program called CM Elevate, where we give subsidies up to even 75% to different businesses who would like to start their businesses and become entrepreneurs. We are guiding them with information, with technology, with guidance, with policy, with training, capacity building. All of these aspects are happening through the Prime program, and we have created a very, very strong and powerful ecosystem. I'm sure, ma'am, you must be aware that Meghalaya for the last 2 to 3 years has been consecutively been awarded by Government of India among the smaller states of having one of the best ecosystems for startups. And we are proud that Meghalaya has, as I said, consecutively for 3 years been awarded the best ecosystem for startups among the small states. And we will ensure that we continue this particular thought process of ours so that entrepreneurship can really grow. Well, having said that, we were having a very detailed discussion with Madam while we were visiting the stores. And I'd like to share a story about the discussion I had with Madam. And of course, she was mentioning about the challenges that we are facing. And this is really about one marriage, organizer, a wedding organizer. And he basically supplies flowers. So I was speaking to him one day, and I asked him, because, in marriages in northern India especially, the flowers demand can go up to, crores, and sometimes even for one marriage. So I asked the person, I said, where do you get your flowers from? And without hesitation, he said, oh, I get it from Thailand. So I looked at him, for about 5 seconds. I said, Thailand? I said, भाई नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पूरे भर के फूल हैं, आप कहाँ थाईलैंड से आप फूल लेके आ रहे हैं भाई? देन इसने कहा कि अरे भाई साहब, अगर आप हमें शादी जो है 20 तारीख को है, और अगर शादी 20 तारीख को है तो हमें 19 के शाम को हमें फूल रात को शाम को 6 बजे चाहिए. आपके नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जब तक हम लोग फूल मंगाते हैं वो 25 तारीख को पहुंचता है फूल, तब तक शादी खत्म हो जाता है. लेकिन अगर हम थाईलैंड से मंगाएंगे तो वो बिल्कुल डॉट 6 बजे शाम को 19 तारीख के शाम को पहुंच जाएगा. The point is very simple, that at the end of the day we have all these products with us. We have all the facilities, all the entrepreneurs who are there who are working and producing different products. And there's local market, of course. There's a market close by in different states. But to be able to really be able to access the larger national and global market, we do face a strong and a very large logistical challenge. And that really is, at the end of the day, the kind of the next step and the next level that we have to reach, where a strong logistical hub and network and system and SOPs to be created to be able to take our products to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world. We are talking to some of the organizations. I was mentioning to Honorable Finance Minister yesterday that Meghalaya has tied up with the Lulu Group. They are a large company that buys products, fruit products from different parts of the country. And they were very fascinated. They had taken about 10-15 metric tons of the pineapple and khasi mandarin to UAE and Middle East countries. And they were telling us that they got a super response. People were excited, and they loved the khasi mandarin and the pineapple from here. But the problem is now to take those pineapples and mandarins to UAE at a very cost-effective and efficient manner is a massive, massive challenge as of now. Whether you talk of the smaller storage spaces within the particular vicinity or the area for the farmers themselves, or the larger storage at maybe a hub like either Banihat or Guwahati, where it can be a large hub where all the northeast products can come in, or whether it is the transportation from Guwahati to the rest of the country or the rest of the world, and the larger ports from where we can send it to the rest of the world. These are actually next level challenges which we will need to address if we want to ultimately unlock the entire potential that is there in the Northeast. And that's really where we all have to put our heads together. I hope that the institutes, we have got very, very prominent institutes here today, can apply their minds, discuss this matter, talk about different aspects, because we are talking about entrepreneurship being built up. We're talking about businesses coming up, which is happening. We're going to have professionalism happening. They're going to increase. But at the end of the day, where do they sell their products? How do they take it forward? because Northeast's market is limited. So therefore, all of these aspects should be, I think, we should engage in these aspects, discuss them, and figure out how we can actually find solutions to it. It's, as I said, we should look beyond the mandate of what we are trying to do out here and really look at the problem in its own self and try to see how we can solve the problem and not just, try to complete the mandate that has been given to us. And that's really what I would like to share today with IICA and all the other institutes who are here, who are sitting and, of course, putting our heads together. These MOUs have been signed, but these MOUs will be just simply papers which will be signed and left and mean nothing if you're not able to resolve the problems and address the issues that are really creating problems for the people of the Northeast. And as I said, with all of these things happening in the interventions by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Government of India can only result in larger benefit for the Northeast once we're able to address these larger issues. So I also would like to conclude by sharing, of course, that in the IICA, we will be setting up the Meghalaya Integrated Development Center of Excellence also, where Government of Meghalaya also has committed 7.5 crores to be invested in this. And we will be partnering again with IICA for this Meghalaya chapter, where we are hopeful that our entrepreneurs will be able to avail and get these professional services and will be able to upgrade their overall business through this particular Center of Excellence. Once again, ma'am, I'm very thankful to you. I've been repeating this. I'm sure madam must be very tired of listening to this same statement I'm making every day. But there's a different audience every day, so I have to say it. But I must tell you that in the last 7 years, as a chief minister, I can tell you I must have met madam more than 100 times. That's why she was saying that, she's got more than 100 Rindiyas. She saw the Rindiya and she said, I have 100 of them. No need to give me. Conrad brings one every time he meets me. So I have met madam more than 100 times, and with all complicated and difficult issues of the Northeast. But I can tell you, every time I get a positive response from madam. Always. And I'm not saying it because she's here. She knows it. She knows that she always has got a soft corner for the Northeast. And that is why a lot of people came to me. Ma'am, I want to tell you very frankly. My team and my officials and some of the people are saying, oh, we should give a list of things that we want from madam, finance minister's coming. I said, no. This is not the time for this kind of things. There is a time to discuss those things, and there's a time to appreciate, what madam has done. And she is coming to our state. She is our guest. We want to show her the results of what has happened in the past so that she will be able to see the impact, be motivated, and be able to then do much more in the days to come for the people of our state of Meghalaya and the Northeast as a whole. So I just wanted to share with you that this is a great opportunity. The fact that our Honorable Finance Minister is here, I'm sure will fructify into something very, very major and very big. She's been speaking about a lot of issues and challenges, and she is in a position to be able to take those issues forward and be able to find long-lasting solutions to those problems. And I really look forward to working with her and the entire team in the Government of India to be able to take our state of Meghalaya as well as the entire region of the Northeast forward. Once again, I thank all of you for being here. Once again, I congratulate and thank Mr. G.K. Singh, the Director General of the IICA, for having decided and established the IICA regional complex and the campus in Shillong. And I can assure you once again, as our Chief Secretary was mentioning, that we will be with you and work and support you all the way in order to make sure that this particular Center of Excellence really brings overall development and benefit to the people of the Northeast. Thank you very much. May God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless our beautiful state of Meghalaya. Kublai Shibun, Mathela, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very encouraging address, visionary leadership, and confidence in Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs for the commitment and contributions to make. And thanks to you for sanction of the Center of Excellence to the IICA's regional campus. Now, friends, the moment has come, what we all were waiting for. I have the distinct privilege inviting our Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, to deliver our inaugural address and officially inaugurate the IICA's 2 days conclave. I request you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chief Minister, Secretary MCA, DG of IICA, Chief Secretary of Meghalaya, heads of all the institutions which have come with whom the MOUs have been signed, the startups, the funders, the venture capitalists, from all over Northeast, the banks, the media. I think it's a very important occasion for Northeast, and your presence here as witness for this event brings the necessary heft. It is not just the conclave which the IICA is holding for the Northeast. It is the IICA coming to the Northeast, setting up an institution here, an IICA here, and once when the building is complete in the land that has been given by the state, it will be adequately manned, personed, to bring that corporate governance, spirit of corporate governance, and also an institution which safeguards the corporate governance, to be physically present in the Northeast. So that is where I think today is a very remarkable day for the Northeast. The Chief Minister, in his address, has captured what over the decades Northeast has faced and what is different today. But when institutions like the IICA come here, it marks a milestone that there could have been years of neglect. I'm not saying that as though I'm pointing a finger at some who have not delivered during those era. I'm not doing that. It's a matter of fact, years of neglect, and then year or a decade of focused attention. And that focused attention, both in the state, in the analysis of evolution, begins with providing the initial infrastructure, then provides the social infrastructure, then makes sure that the people are mobilized to carry forward what their aspirations want them to do, and for that, whatever the policy support. So when you do that stage after stage after stage, there comes a time when you would want institutional support. You'll need institutions to be here and also carry forward the agenda given to them, and in this case, of corporate good governance. So when IICA comes here, it's a milestone. That's what I said, and I repeat, it's a milestone marking an era of focused attention, providing fundamental infrastructure, mobilizing people to do things. And when there is enough and more of such, you understand that you need a steady presence of an institution, and that's where I commend the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for having taken all the steps to get the IICA here to Shillong to serve the entire Northeast. And then in that context, have a 2-day conclave to discuss on very many issues of what happens when one-person companies exist, when you have startups who are also now growing. The numbers were mentioned earlier as to what is the growth of recognized startup numbers in the Northeast. So when youngsters today are also very quickly catching up with what the world wants them to do, and if the policy support also comes in parallelly, it marks a very good stage for entrepreneurship development. And that's where holding the conclave and capsule after capsule discussing issues which pertain to the core issues of startups, issues of compliance, issues of branding, issues of access to market, issues of connectivity, issues of legislative support, issues of compliance where different regulators are monitoring you, and also finally issues related, like the way it was mentioned, GST compliance, because taxation is one which gives you benefits as much as expects you to do that little duty that each one of us has to do for the nation building efforts. So therefore, you get the entire landscape before you on how this one event of getting the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs here, and not only getting them here, but also making them serve the cause of the youth of the region who have also caught up with the policy changes and are now revving to contribute to the society. And that's where this particular gathering today is of very good significance. This foundation stone will be laid for the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs Northeast chapter in Umsoli. This is the first ever, as was mentioned earlier, first ever regional campus for the IICA. Nowhere else in the country do they have a branch. The first ever is in the Northeast and coming now after 20 full years. Prime Minister has always referred to the Northeast as Ashtalakshmi. There's abundance of everything. I would start with abundance of good-natured people. Abundance, truly, the warmth, the affection, the simplicity, the sincerity, and the very rootedness abundantly available in the Northeast in the people, and that's what is the charm of the Northeast. So Ashtalakshmi and her charm and her richness commences there. Of course, natural resources, cultural richness, strategic location, and energetic youth. So these are going to be the biggest contributors towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. So if Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas is something which we talk about, it cannot be at the exclusion of Northeast and the inclusion of the Northeast in every aspect, not just opening financial inclusion through the Jan Dhan accounts, but culminating in meeting the aspirations of the young entrepreneurs in the Northeast, I think is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The Chief Secretary of Meghalaya, while talking, mentioned that since his first engagement on this matter with the Secretary of MCA, idea has come to get incorporated. We've walked the mile is absolutely true. Both the state government and MCA have worked together. That this conclave's theme today, with every moral authority, can be ideation to incorporation, because the governments have walked the last mile. It is now for all of us to serve the cause of the people here. We need to reimagine development. And when I say reimagine development, and I was discussing since yesterday with the Chief Minister, today in the corridors after having seen the exhibits which are there, we need to understand that enterprise exists, innovative ideas exist, and we can come up with a lot more of support for them to bloom. But despite the presence of digital presence of markets, the GEM portal where some reservation is given for startups, and the ONDC, which is a public funded open network for digital commerce, we still have access issues. And that is why I'm saying access is not just about getting connected digitally. You got your products exhibited on ONDC or on GEM. So when government procurement happens in Delhi, they are able to procure your commodities, the Northeast products. In Delhi, they can make the purchase, or any state which is registered on the GEM is able to obtain access to products from Northeast. But globally too, and global big time purchases from India, meaning sourcing products from India, even they get the access digitally. So we've reached one stage, no doubt. But that has to be made more robust is another issue. We'll have to have GEM or ONDC even more robust. We have to get more buyers coming and registering on it, things like that. But what I would, in the name of reimagining development, hit at is finally come back to the basic. And that basic is we are landlocked here. We need to have our products go actually to the actual destination of the person who comes on digitally to say, oh yes, I have identified you, I need this product, this is fascinating me, I want to take it. That's when the difficulty starts. You might think in this digital era, what is she coming and telling us about? Oh, the fundamental problem is what was 500 years ago, what was 300 years ago, what was 70 years ago. You're saying even today. Ultimate realities are that we need to have solutions to get over the handicap that we have. How do we get over the fact that I was told and I got it verified, I double checked with the Honorable Chief Minister yesterday, great pineapples, no doubt. I'm sure great mandarins, no doubt. Great turmeric, no doubt. And this is recognized on the ONDC and this is recognized on the GEM portal by buyers who want bulk purchases. Great. Then starts the problem. And that's where I go back to the basic. How do you aggregate what is happening here, take it to the nearest port, and from there lift it to reach the market? Fundamental, but fundamental has to be sorted out. I heard that the pineapples go all the way to Mumbai, and that by road. And from there, of course, is taken through the sea. I want, and that is one of the reasons I rapidly moved from one stall to another. I'm seeing the same set of exhibitions. Whoever is organizing it for us, I'll throw this challenge. It's brilliant to bring all these, very good products, quality products. Show how they've beautifully packaged excellent, original, organic stuff into it. Labeled it, qualified it, standardized it, FSSAI, BIS, every standards institution certification is obtained. Absolutely fine. I'm not discouraging at all. Hats off, you've done this. Then what is my question? The threshold is what you've reached. You couldn't reach the threshold till today because of, you didn't know how to package it. You didn't know how to qualify it. You didn't know how to standardize it. You've done it all today. And let's assume there is enough of aggregation happening within a state. Arunachal for itself, Nagaland for itself, Tripura for itself, pineapples also from there. And then assume you reach some point. Convenience sake, let's say Guwahati. You reach the threshold. And it is after that the problem of the landlocked challenge arises. Thereafter, how do you reach the seaport? Or is it necessary each time to reach the seaport? And for pineapple, you had to go all the way to Mumbai. I appreciate the effort. I'm not undermining it. But does it have to travel all the way across to Mumbai and then get carried? Are there alternatives? What can technology do for us? And therefore, the next time we hold MCA or Ministry of Finance or any one of us hold such gathering and such exhibits being brought in, and stalls of people who are interfacing with this system being brought in. As they say, get the parties to meet. Let the marriage happen. You need exhibitions which bring all these people together. What I find repeatedly happening, which is good, let it happen, but one side of the coin. All the products which are coming, quality products which are coming in, funders who are coming in, who are helping them in the initial stages, and even in the mid-course. But the other side of the coin of who's taking it from you, how are they being facilitated, just as we are helped for packaging, how are we helped for transporting, airlifting, or pushing through the sea cargo? There is a lot of work there yet to happen is my grievance. And for that, I think a lot more work has to be done. There's no way in which pineapples have to travel by road all the way to Mumbai. Is there no other way in which we can have them, let us say, aggregated at Guwahati? And I know through the country there are ways in which we are aggregating plantains, bananas coming from one region, grapes coming from another, farmers are getting trains coming and picking up their whatever methodology, I don't know. If there is aggregation happening and reaching Guwahati, can we have a good storage there? Can we have them airlifted from Guwahati, like the way you have, cargoes coming and lifting? I mean, I'm sure this example which the Honorable Chief Minister gave, Thailand flowers can reach Delhi or Lucknow or Bareilly or Varanasi on the date and time when they want it, is because airlifting is also possible. Cost-effective airlifting of perishable goods is possible. I'm not saying that's only Rasta, but maybe yes. And if that is possible, can we have greater logistics arrangement, warehousing arrangement in, let us say, Guwahati, where all the 8 state stuff go and from there get airlifted? There are many more ideas which all of us will have to still work with, and I think we'll have to put our heads together and work. And the natural or nature-given challenge for Northeast is something which seriously troubles me, because if aggregation is getting solved as an issue, now is the question of thinking about how to improve our logistics so that the advantage is not lost out. When I said Ashtalakshmi and I said there's so much richness in this region, I want to highlight the fact the charm of Northeast is because of the ethical principles which has governed the region. And it's not only relevant, but it's so much remarkably prescient for our modern dilemmas. So I'll highlight a few of those core values which are very endearing to me, and I'm sure it is for all of us here. Pardon me for my pronunciations, but I will use them. Cut tip, brew, tip, blay. Am I pronouncing it right? I don't know. To know man is to know God. Will somebody pronounce it right? Yeah? Okay, wow, thank you. The next is, the first one, of course, I don't need to elaborate. That's the human-centric approach with which our government functions. And since it's anchored on an ethical principle here in Meghalaya, I would like to highlight the fact that if you do a human-centric approach, you know God by knowing man. So I so much want to tie myself to that principle. And that's what makes whatever we do very enduring, and it has to continue on that mode. And that's where the IICA will have to now do a lot more, working together with people who run businesses, make them a lot more, efficient and empowered enough. The next one, again, pardon my pronunciation, ka kamai ia ka hok, to earn righteousness, speaks to doing good business with integrity. That's something which I honestly strongly believe in. Integrity is a very important factor. And when you're looking at IICA coming here, talking of corporate governance, good governance, ka kamai ia ka hok, right? Thank you. So that is something which I think we need to root ourselves in. So it is not as if, virtues are available somewhere. Virtues are available in every group, every people, every region. And it is for us to pick up on those. So corporate affairs will have to keep these principles very much etched in the new building that you're building here in Shillong. The third one is Katip Kurtip Ka. Respect for kinship and community. I don't know how you pronounce it. Katip Kurtip Ka. The respect for kinship and community reflects the essence of stakeholder capitalism. See, there is this whole debate today in the world. Globalism, global capitalism, globalization, all that is now gone. We are reverting on them. We are going back on them. Not at all. What is now the need of the hour is to have that capitalism with certain level of humanism in it. Capitalism not become mercantilized capitalism. Have some more grounding with the people who do that business there. So no globalization. No, not at all. Globalization tempered to the local requirements. That's what we need. We don't need a globalism which is going to sweep us out. And we're not being there to benefit from that globalization, which actually claims, because of the capitalism which goes with it, has removed poverty, eliminated people from where they were. So what we need now here is embed your business with more accountable practices. IICA compliance, due diligence is towards keeping the integrity of businesses in place. The fourth, ka bhalang, ka imlang. Right? Ka bhalang, ka imlang. That is working for the common good. You do something, you take care of your family. You do something, it is for your good. But that cannot be at odds with somebody else's good. We need to do something which is for the common good, which is again from this region. That's the principle coming from this region. And therefore, I would think IICA should also bring back this message. The common good is that foundational principle of sustainability and shared prosperity. The 2 or 3 words which we utter in every one of our international meets, G20. One earth, one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's exactly what was ka bhalang, ka imlang. The common good. Sustainability and shared prosperity is something which we cannot afford to ignore. No business can succeed in a society that fails. Or no business can succeed by killing somebody else's business. It might give you short-term joy, but that's not going to be forever. And final principle which I learned from this region and which I value from this region is Me Ramu Ki Rinkwa Ki Basa. Reverence for nature. I don't know how you would say this here in Me Ramu Ki Rinkwa Ki Basa. So you work towards keeping the nature intact. And I cannot miss out on saying, yesterday when I was driving from Guwahati to Shillong, the immediate impact of a clean green surrounding, blue sky, and that water which quenches your thirst and doesn't just fill your stomach without quenching the thirst, all make difference to the human, the pulse which is inside you pulsates in different fashion the moment you see lovely greenery around you and blue sky around above. So that itself is the capital which makes you a better endowed individual. So if you have reverence for nature, which is what I saw as I was driving from Guwahati to Shillong, it itself brings a new energy into you. It itself gives you that new, as we say, prana, the life-giving air, which actually is in you, gets energized because of the clean nature. So that represents an ecological worldview that views nature as sacred. I find that in Northeast, and therefore I find that important for saying it today on the day when IICA is coming in here. So this is very much deeply aligned with the regulatory framework that exists in this country. But globally today, in the name of sustainability, we are hearing it all over again, being lectured back to India. But well, no harm hearing it again, but that's what we've always valued. And therefore, our regulatory framework on natural capital, sustainable reporting, and green finance all have to be in alignment with the local communities. It is so very important, otherwise it's not going to move forward. And I think these values are the biggest cultural and oral artifact that we've received from our generations. They are living philosophies and a visionary blueprint for corporate responsibility. I tie these two up today. It's not as if that can exist on its own and IICA can run its business separately. Corporate governance has to be linked with communities, has to be linked with the value systems that we've held together. So I think the data has been given already, worth recalling. Pardon me if my speech is going for too long, but I would take this opportunity to bring out some of the notable numbers. 2,300 DPIIT recognized startups in this region, 69 based in Meghalaya alone. And it is important that in institutions like IIM Shillong help in cross-pollination, get all the professionals together, meet up every now and then. And now that IICA is here, you should become the agents of bringing people together so that greater discussions and compliance-related issues can be addressed. In fact, I would say your email should be immediately sent to all 8 governments, and all the small businesses and startups and MSMEs should be having access to that email. Any question on compliance they may have should be addressed within a matter of 48 hours so that people don't need to come here, but questions on governance and compliance can be addressed by institution here. And then the 2-year postgraduate insolvency program, which you offer, actually provides a fast-track pathway for all the young professionals to become qualified insolvency professionals and resolution professionals. We need more of them coming from the Northeast. There are a lot of RPs available in the country, but very few of them are from the Northeast. We need more of them. I appeal to the young to take this course. so that you can become qualified professionals and be able to contribute for institutions to get over the difficulties into which they've fallen, unfortunately, so that they can be run as ongoing institution rather than get into liquidation situation. Finally, I think it is important that institutions do documentation, disseminate best practices, and particularly for the Northeast, be sure that communication is kept alive and ticking. There are a lot of talents which have to be aggregated just as the products, but I'm sure by the very presence of IICA, we have a chance to get more and more up to date on what is developing in corporate management and good governance. So I wish the institution and all those who are very closely aligned with the IICA all the very best for the future. And thanks to the government of Meghalaya for having been a very cooperative and active partner in setting this institution up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your inspiring address and also a principle-centric approach which will strengthen the business ecosystem of the northeastern states and will lay foundations for our roadmap to progress and work on each one of them for various initiatives of capacity building and professional development. Now, as a token of heartfelt gratitude, I would like to request to have the mementos on stage. Would request Secretary Corporate Affairs to present a token for the moment to the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji. I'll request Director IIM Shillong to present a memento to Madam on behalf of IIM Shillong. May I request DG IICA to present a memento to Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya. Thank you. May I request Shri Bala Murugan, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, to please present a memento to Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. I request Regional Director, NER MCA, to present a memento to Secretary Corporate Affairs. Thank you. To formally conclude the inaugural session, may I now invite Director General IICA to formally deliver a vote of thanks to the guests.
Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Sri Conrad K. Sangma ji, Chief Secretary of Government of Meghalaya, Sri D.P. Waling, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Madam Dipti Gaur Mukherjee ji, Director, IIM Shillong, Madam Tripathi, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed participants present in this hall, and ma'am, there are more than 200 participants. They are joining from different states online. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to offer a vote of thanks as we conclude the IICA Northeast Conclave 2025. Today marks the beginning of our journey in the Northeast. IICA Shillong is born today, as Honorable Minister has already declared. First and foremost, I express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs for gracing this ceremony. Madam, at the cost of repeating, I would like to share my personal experience. Madam has a soft corner for Northeast. When I taken over this charge of DG IICA, the first thing Madam asked when I met her, what are the offerings for the Northeast from the IICA Delhi, the courses? So, Madam, we will try to live up to your expectation. The kind of a roadmap you have given for the corporate governance, this is not only new for India, this will be the new for the whole world, where we are talking about stakeholder capitalism with a local connect. This is a new framework, and we are very happy to announce IICA is working on this. IICA is a pioneer. We are equally honored by the presence of Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya. Sir, your unwavering support to IICA has made this conference a reality. Sir, your announcement of Center for Excellence and the kind of a target you have set, that all of us will try to live up to the expectation. Our gratitude also goes to Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, for his efforts and support to make our campus a reality. Sir has also given the timeline how within 2 months we are here. Sir will work like a startup. Now this is our job to innovate the processes. And ma'am, whatever guidance you has given, our approach is all 7 institutions. We will try to work as an aggregator. We will provide much needed support to the Northeast. When I visited last time, our first focus would be to develop the corporate ecosystem, develop professionals. I was told we have 2 chartered accountants, no valuers. So they have to go to Calcutta to get the valuation done. So this is our first approach to develop corporate professionals here. Sir, we have worked very closely with your officers. Some of them I will name here: Dr. Vijay Kumar D, Dr. Joram Beda, Cyril. All of them, they work in such a way that this is a learning for us. The kind of team spirit I have seen here, I have not seen in many states, sir. We are deeply thankful to the Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, for her relentless guidance and support, making this journey a reality, along with other IIC officers, especially Bala Muruganji and Deep Singh Dhariwal, our RD, ROC, all present here. Since there is a shortage of time, we will not name all. I want to thank all the institutions, those who have traveled from Delhi, and especially this pre-professional institute. We are trying to come up with the courses which will be customized to the region, and they will make the youth ready for employment, ma'am. So these MOUs are not symbolic. These MOUs has been thought of in a strategic way, and they will be customized as Honorable Minister has given us the guidance, and that will be specific to the Northeast. I want to extend my special thanks to Professor N.P. Tripathi, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Shillong, along with Colonel Dinesh Adhikari, CEO, for providing all necessary support in organizing this conclave. I would also like to thank all officers, those who have come from CBI, SBI, CABS, PNB, SIDBI, NSC, BSc, all 3 professional institutes, those who are present here. I would like to thank our investor community, including representatives for various capital funds, private equity funds, angel network, incubator, accelerator, startup founders, innovations lab present here. You represent the crucial bridge between ideation and implementation. And next 2 days, as Madam has set the agenda, we will be trying to address all the pain points of the startups. Finally, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to entire IICA team, those who are present here, those who are watching it from Delhi, for supporting behind the screen. I would like to thank our press, all the dignitaries who are sitting off the dais and participants, because the kind of support, the kind of active interest participants have shown, this is remarkable. We got within 2 days 410 registration, and 210 are watching from their own states. They wanted to come. So next time we'll have a bigger, when we are slightly grounded, we will have a bigger such get together. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
May I request everyone to kindly be seated, please? Yeah. IICA. मेरे से कुछ नहीं होगा. Yeah. So there is refreshments made available here, sir. Right adjacent to it. It's available now. This is Marty. I need ICMA. ICMA. No, it's fine. ICMA. Attention, everybody. There are to this hall. We have a 30-minute break, so feel free. Yeah. To this hall. We have a 30-minute.
अभी चेक करेगा ऑडियो इधर से थोड़ा इधर से बोलेगा ना ก่อนโอ้ยบ้าใช่ไหมเขาแค่พอได้วันชันชนิดนั้นก็ไอ้เลวิวไปตั้งคนทำไรถ้าองอีบาอะไรนั่นมันทันไปแต่ค่ะไอ้แปลกๆทีนี้ Gracias.
Yeah. No, but it's in the site. It has not started yet. The pattern is still should be, I think, downstairs. So it has not started.
Further down the house, further down the so actually it's right now outside. So you see
He's looking for me outside. Can you just call him and tell him I'm inside the stadium.
although the sunny location and if you enter just see the
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise to welcome the chief guest, the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, alongside the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Sneophalang Dhar, their other Honorable Cabinet colleagues, Dr. Maisel Angreen Lingdok, Shri Paul Lingdok, Shri Marcus Mara, Shri Kamingwan Mbon, Shri Shakhyar Warjari, Shri A.L. Head, and a host of other esteemed dignitaries. You may please be seated. You may please be seated. In the custom of our people, let us now accord the traditional welcome and felicitation to our esteemed chief guest with the adorning of the now proudly GI-tagged handloom India silk wrap and a presentation you may please be seated of in the custom of our former founders. Let us now accord near traditional privilege request and the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and a presentation you may please proceed in the custom of our former founders. Let us now accord near traditional privilege request and the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. Let us now accord to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. Let us now accord to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. Let us now accord to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. Let us now accord to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. Let us now accord to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. Let us now accord to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, to deliver with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, to deliver with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and we also extend this solicitation in the custody of the distinguished dignitaries. May I now request to which I request the ushers to guide the Honourable Chief Minister, our esteemed Chief Guest, with the adorning of the now and
Second, the Mount Carmel Football Stadium, a 732 crore investment that reflects Meghalaya's leadership in sports development. After hosting the World Cup last year, which we are hosting this year again starting on the 26th of July, and second, the Mount Carmel Football Stadium for the national games. This stadium investment that reflects Meghalaya's leadership in sports development. After hosting the World Cup dedicated to hosting this year in the country on the 26th of July, and also for the national games. They inaugurated working machine hostels across 4 cities, designed by the state safe, affordable, urban living spaces for women entering the country workforce. Digital libraries, Meghalaya nationally in scaling rural digital location infrastructure with 700 designed by the state sanctioned. Under MNAM, the success stories in which we have gone through a walkthrough from learning farmers to southwest hustlers, beekeepers in the forest district. Our livelihood model puts communities at the center. Last but not the least, we are laying the foundation stone of the IICA Northeast Campus, IICA Regional Campus, Meghalaya, which we have pitched to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and being sanctioned under the PM Divine Scheme, which reflects our state's intent to make New Shillong a regional knowledge hub. Our approach, ma'am, is guided by the belief that government must enable and not impose. We have digitized citizen services, instituted real-time dashboards for flagship schemes, and made public consultation integral to planning. We are here with all the members of different sections of the society so that we are introduced to all of them, and also we would like to hear the words of wisdom. In fact, in your speech which you have given to the IIM campus, you have shared the value principles and the value system of a Khasi society, which is a reminder to all of us, including me, about what many of us have forgotten. I hope, also, that you will please remind us again in this forum. We express heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Union Finance Minister for the continued support under SASKI, PM Divine, and direct project interventions empowering Meghalaya to transform ambition into reality. Our thanks to the Finance Ministry, to the Corporate Affairs Industry, CBIC, IICA, and developmental partners including IFAC, World Bank, and SASKI. Deep appreciation to all our farmers who are present here, members of the self-help groups who are here, digital champions and frontline workers, their motivation, their innovation and resilience powered Meghalaya a progress story which we hope will be of a different level altogether. As we lay new foundations and unveil new chapters, Meghalaya stands supposed to be a model for green, inclusive, and aspirational governance. Let today mark a reaffirmation of our resolve to serve every citizen with dignity, opportunity, and a promise for a better tomorrow. Thank you, Conclave, Mitela, Jai Hind, and I welcome all of you once again.
Thank you, sir, for the warm words of welcome and comprehensively setting the tone for the rest of the afternoon. Meghalaya, the abode of clouds, known for its scenic landscapes, rich and unique tribal heritage, and progressive fervor, has gone through remarkable transformations in the very recent years in various sectors while celebrating this blend of culture and progress. It is only fitting, therefore, that we also take this short visual journey on Meghalaya's transformation. Progressive fervor has gone.
Meghalaya en route. Meghalaya, the land of clouds, blessed with lush forests, timeless traditions, and breathtaking landscapes. Today, this northeastern gem is also a symbol of transformation. This is Meghalaya on the move. Over the last 8 years, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Conrad K. Sangha, Meghalaya has made significant strides. From hills to cities, sector after sector, the state is rising with momentum, resilience, and purpose. Government capital expenditure has more than doubled. 2 5-star hotels are operational, 1 under construction, and more in the pipeline, placing Meghalaya on the tourism and business map. A modern secretariat is underway, and new Shillong City is being developed to meet the needs of growing future real estate. Road infrastructure spending has increased fivefold, enhancing connectivity across Meghalaya. Sports investment is up 10 times. Soon, Meghalaya will host natural games, showcasing the energy of our youth and the spirit of the city. More than 2.5 lakh farmers have benefited from targeted interventions, input support, training, and better market access. Mission Work programs are doubling farm incomes, bringing security and growth to rural communities. Thousands of youth have been trained under flagship skilling schemes, preparing them for future opportunities. Women are leading from the front through self-help groups, entrepreneurship, and local enterprise, shaping and inclusive economy. Health indicators are steadily improving, with a strong focus on maternal and child health. Telemedicine is expanding, making quality care accessible even in the remotest corners. In the power sector, Meghalaya has turned the corner, improving efficiency and reliability across the state. This transformation is part of the broader national vision of flexible power, led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. With timely support from the Government of India and the Ministry of Finance, Meghalaya has gained the resources and partnership to accelerate its progress. This is a story of collaboration between the state, the center, and the people. Farmers, youth, and women, each playing a vital role in shaping a stronger Meghalaya. This is not just a story of governance. It's a story of people, pride, and possibility. Meghalaya is the way for the future. It's already building. Meghalaya on the move. Proud partner in building fixed power.
Thank you for the visual feast. Meghalaya's Vision 2032 aims to transform the state into a 10 million economy by leveraging high potential sectors like tourism and the creative economy, capitalizing on its scenic landscapes, rich cultural heritage and youthful population. Today is a celebration of the state's achievements under able and dynamic leadership of the Honourable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, with the close support of the Government of India, which has empowered the people of the state with endless possibilities for a stronger economic future. The booklet on this journey, called Meghalaya on the Move, is an important documentation of this Meghalaya's transformative journey in the leaps and bounds in the recent years. From cataloguing the commitments made as a government and subsequently following the opportunities created in all sectors for a holistic growth of the state into a vibrant economy. This is in itself a testament of the progressive governance in Meghalaya and set for its momentous launch today. Additionally, the success stories of many entrepreneurs who have benefited from the prime initiative of the government have also been compiled as a document for posterity called the Prime Impact Report, which we would also proudly place today for the release. We are privileged to invite the Honourable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, to document for posterity called officially launch this document in the esteemed presence of the Honourable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, and the other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. May I request the ushers to kindly assist. Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, to document for posterity called officially launch this document in the esteemed presence of the Honourable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, and the other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. May I request the ushers to kindly assist. Such a momentous exercise as this calls for a resounding applause. Officially launch this document in the esteemed presence of the Honourable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, and the other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. May I request the ushers to kindly assist. Such a momentous exercise as this calls for a resounding applause. Officially launch this document in the esteemed presence of the Honourable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma. Thank you, ma'am, sir, and all the other dignitaries. Proceeding with the order of the day, may I now invite the Chairman of the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of India, Shri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, to share a few words on this occasion. Thank you, ma'am, sir, and all the other dignitaries. Proceeding with the order of the day, may I now invite the Chairman of the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of India, Shri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, to share a few words on this occasion.
Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma ji, esteemed dignitaries on and off dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed a privilege and a matter of immense pride to be here today for the virtual inauguration of significant projects, out of which the foundation stone laying for the integrated office-cum-residential complex at Umsavali is of Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. This is a significant milestone not only for the CBIC but also for the northeastern region, which holds a unique and vital position in India's economic and strategic landscape. The northeastern region, with its rich cultural heritage, abundant natural resources, and vibrant trade potential, shares international borders with Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, and Myanmar. This makes it extremely significant for India's foreign relations, national security, and economic integration with our neighboring countries. From a taxation and trade facilitation perspective, the region plays a crucial role. The Northeast alone accounts for approximately 3.5 lakh GST registered taxpayers with a gross GST revenue of around rupees 24,000 crores. The state of Meghalaya accounts for about 10% of the revenue in this region. Furthermore, the value of cross-border trade in Northeast for the last fiscal year stood at more than rupees 4,500 crores. These figures reflect the growing contribution of this region to the country's economy. However, in a region as vast and geographically diverse as the Northeast, it is essential to have modern, well-equipped infrastructure to support these efforts. To facilitate cross-border trade, there are 44 land customs stations and 9 integrated checkposts in the northeastern region. The creation of physical infrastructure and automation of custom processes at the land customs stations have always remained a priority of the Indian Customs. From 2022 onwards, the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs initiated a drive to expand the electronic data interchange to far-flung LCS, mainly located in north and northeast parts of India. This initiative, under the guidance of Honorable Union Finance Minister, culminated in bringing all functional LCS of northeastern region under EDI connectivity. With the EDI connectivity in place, the trade benefited from reduced cost and time for customs clearances. To further boost the trade in this region, CBIC, in collaboration with other stakeholders, is actively working to augment infrastructure, automate procedures, and improve multimodal connectivity at the LCS and ICPs. And to build the capacity, CBIC Academy regularly conducts training sessions to sensitize and empower stakeholders operating in the region. One of the Customs Academy is located in Shillong. I would like to mention that CBIC infrastructure growth in the region are not just operational requirements, but a strategic imperative. The construction of this integrated office-cum-residential complex at Umsavali is therefore not just a brick-and-mortar project. It is a reflection of our commitment to strengthening the administrative machinery, improving ease of doing business, and providing a supportive environment for officers to deliver their best. This integrated complex will have a total area of around 60,000 square meters and would also provide about 150 residential quarters. The project will also include CBIC Academy and integrated sports complex building. A short video of the project will be played in a while that brings out its salient features. We firmly believe that modern infrastructure enhances not only operational efficiency, but also contributes to the holistic development of trade and commerce. I take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to the Honorable Union Finance Minister for her continued guidance, vision, and unwavering support in enhancing CBIC's infrastructure across the country. Under her able leadership, several major infrastructural projects have been completed in recent years, including Customs Academy at Palasamundram, new office building in Agartala, the new CGST office in Udaipur, and DRI headquarters in New Delhi, to name a few. Further, several construction projects to enhance both office space and residential accommodation are in various stages in Mumbai, Hyderabad, Tirupati, and other places. These projects are furthering our institutional capabilities and enabling us to serve the trade and industry more effectively. With these words, I thank all the dignitaries, officials from state, officers of CBIC, and other stakeholders who have made this project in Shillong possible. I am confident that this project will serve as a beacon for trade facilitation and ease of doing business in this region. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the perspective of the CBIC in this journey of progress in which Meghalaya is also now a partner. Numerous entrepreneurs have benefited from schemes like the PM Mudra, PMEGP, the KCC, the TL schemes, CSR initiatives, and grant support under the MSME programs, to name a few. It is indeed nothing short of a providential moment to have these sanction letters and checks presented by the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs herself. I invite the selected beneficiaries to the dais to receive their sanction letters or checks, as the case may be, when called, in the presence of our Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, and the other dignitaries on the dais. I respectfully request the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, to kindly hand over the checks and the sanction letters to the beneficiaries, and I invite the senior officers from the various banks present here to also join in the disbursement. Sanction letters and checks are to be given under the Mudra scheme from the SBI to S. Marwain Hardware Enterprise for the hardware store, Drishti Pharmaceuticals for a pharmacy, Ashley Darrell Nongklau, Cocoberry franchise, Mrs. Ridalyn Malnyang for bakery, Mr. Golbert Nongrum, contractor, Ms. Bonti Sun. Firstly, S. Marwain Hardware Enterprise for a hardware store. Drishti Pharmaceuticals for a pharmacy. Ashley Darrell Nongklau for Cocoberry franchise. Please support with a round of applause for everybody, please. Mrs. Ridalyn Malnyang for bakery. Mrs. Ridalyn Malnyang for bakery. Mr. Golbert Nongrum also may please be ready to come on stage. Mr. Golbert Nongrum. Mrs. Bonti Sun is also requested to be ready to come on stage. And also Ms. Dil Singh Biswa and Company to please be ready to come on stage. Mrs. Bonti Sun, vegetable supplier. Ms. Dil Singh Biswa and Company, contractor. From the Meghalaya Rural Bank, Finlam Curry Warjery, paver making. I also call upon Rishabh Star CM to please move to the dais, as also Zara Kharpur. Finlam Curry Warjery, paver making. Rishabh Star CM, stationery. This is from the Meghalaya Rural Bank. From the Bank of India, Zara Kharpor for mobile repair. From the Bank of Baroda, Mr. Sanimiki Sumer for mobile repair. Under the PMEGP from the State Bank of India, I call upon Ms. Hewani Yomi Suchiang for the activity of opening a dental clinic. Please support with a round of applause, please. Mr. Jeremy De Cruz Wanba is also requested to move to the dais. This release is for a gym. I also call upon Mr. Banraplang Marbanyang and Ms. Shamida Mauri also to move to the dais. Mr. Banraplang Marbanyang for the activity of opening a photo studio. And Ms. Shamida Mauri for the purpose of tour operator. From the Meghalaya Rural Bank, I would like to call upon Duffy Buckman Nongplang. This is for the purpose of a homestay cum cafe. From the Punjab National Bank, Dolrich Star Maulong for the purpose of an offset printing. Under the KCC, from the Punjab National Bank, please come on stage, Kotborlang Kharpran. Sanction letter and check for the purpose of ginger cultivation. From the Meghalaya Rural Bank, Marlinda Khar Umlong for the purpose of ginger cultivation. Please be ready, Daral Rabi Nirsim and Panjoplin Kharkongor. From the Bank of India, Daral Rabi Nirsim for the purpose of ginger cultivation. From the Bank of Baroda, Mrs. Joplin, Banjoplin Kharkongor for vegetable cultivation. Sanction letters for TL loan under MSME SIDB is being given out to Ms. Shalom for the purpose of homestay. And under the CSR initiatives grant support from SIDB, Birkhang Basumatari, Integrator Sesta, Ricky Nelson, Rentley, Director Bethany, Hylian Anthea Dingdo, Business Head GSTA. For enhancing honey production through women-led beekeeping in Eastern Garo Hills under the CSR initiative. Birkhang Basumatari. 85 women are to be trained and provided tools under this category. I would also like to call upon Ricky Nelson Renthley for the skill upgradation and enterprise setup in the non-farm sector. It may be informed 100 individuals, including 25 persons with disabilities, will benefit from this scheme. I also call upon Haleen Anthea Dingdor for the Micro Enterprise Promotion Program, where 500 micro enterprises will be supported in 5 years under this grant support. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Let us give everybody a huge round of applause. May I now have the honor of inviting our Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, to address the gathering, sir.
Chief guest of today's program, our Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji, our respected Deputy Chief Minister, and my cabinet colleagues who are present here in this program, Srimati Dipti Gaur Mukherjee, our Secretary of Corporate Affairs, Shri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal ji, CBIC Chairperson, Shri D.P. Walang, our Chief Secretary, all the other officials of the Government of India and Government of Meghalaya who are present here, officials of different banks, our different headmen who are present out here today, our farmers, our youths, and all our entrepreneurs who are here to be part of this momentous and memorable program. At the very outset, I would like to thank our Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs for having visited our state. We have been working on this program for quite some time, but due to the different hectic schedules that our Honorable Finance Minister had, we were not able to fructify the programs earlier. But Madam has made a special program to be here for 3 consecutive days with us, not only to have official programs, but really to be able to connect with the citizens of our state, to be able to first-hand understand the problems that we face, and to be able to provide necessary guidance as well as necessary solutions for the way forward. I'm taken back to a story which I very often narrate. And it's a story that my late father used to narrate a lot, and our other leaders also narrate this story because it is a very meaningful story with a bit of humor in it. And it is about 2 football teams which were playing football for about 2 hours. And after playing football for 2 hours, the score was 0-0. And the reason that the score was 0-0 was because the teams were playing football without any goalpost. Friends, this is very similar to what happens to organizations, to states, and to nations that may be working very hard but not having a goal or a purpose in front of them, and hence not being able to achieve anything even after working very, very hard. In 2018, when we had the opportunity and God blessed us and gave us the opportunity to serve the people of Meghalaya, we set a goal and a target in front of us. I remember at that point in time, we had a GSDP of approximately $4.6 billion. And we looked at ourselves and we realized that even among the states in terms of the overall per capita GSDP and also in terms of the SDG goals, Meghalaya was far below average, right at the bottom of the matrix. And hence our entire journey began with this desire to take us forward and bring us, if not in the top state, but at least in the top 10 states before we turn 60 years old, that is 2032. And hence we set a target that from $4.6 billion, based on the target that the Honorable Prime Minister has also set for our nation, we said we must touch a $10 billion economy. In the last 4 to 5 years, after, of course, taking the COVID aspect in mind, after working continuously and very aggressively in a systematic and a strategic manner, Madam, I'm happy to inform you that we are above, almost touching, in fact, a $6 billion economy. And our growth rate, right now, the economic growth rate that Meghalaya is seeing is almost touching 15%, and which is much higher compared to the national average. And this has been possible, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, because we set a target in front of us. I remember there were people who were laughing at us at that point in time, ridiculing us and telling us, what is this government trying to do? We wanted to be in the top 10 states of the country, and we will be. We set out a very steep target, knowing that it's not easy. But we believed that we must challenge ourselves. In the first few weeks, taking over as Chief Minister, the press asked me, what is your priority going to be? And I remember very distinctly replying to the press that I'm going to do something very simple, which is I will do things differently. As Shiv Khera says, I will do things differently. May not be different things, but I will do them differently. Same programs, same schemes, but we will improve our efficiency. We will improve the fund flow. We will increase our capacity. We will build up a team. We will create monitoring systems. We'll create accountability. And every person in the team, whether it's a chief minister, cabinet minister, additional chief secretary, principal secretary, we will work as a team. This is not about who is right or who's wrong, but it is about being able to achieve our goals. And I'm happy to inform you that in almost every centrally sponsored major schemes, be it PMGSY, be it MGNREGS, be it PMAY, be it NRLM, be it JJM, so on and so forth. In almost every scheme, I'm happy to inform you, madam, that we have been able to increase our expenditure minimum 3 to 5 times in certain cases. And clearly in the case of PMGSY, which I was sharing with you, there was a time wherein 2,000 projects sanctioned in 2003, 2004 had not been completed when we had taken over. Government of India was ready to blacklist and cancel those schemes. Cut the budget allocation for the state of Meghalaya in 2018. And I requested the then CNRD minister, rural development minister, to give us 6 months to improve. And today I'm happy to inform you 70 to 80% of the PMGSY roads that have been constructed in the state have happened in the last 7 years. Not only in the PMGSY, but also in all the other major schemes, Government of Meghalaya has been able to capitalize on the different funds that are available from central government and really work towards improving the overall efficiency by simply doing things in a different manner, doing it in a much more efficient manner, doing it in a much more better manner. And today, with the support of all the team members, today we are able to, as I said, take our state forward towards the goal and direction that we have set for the state. Even in terms of the externally aided projects, Honorable Finance Minister is very much aware that Meghalaya has been able to leverage large number of programs and schemes from externally aided projects. Honorable Finance Minister is here in front. I have been sharing with all our citizens almost in every assembly session that we have, because there is always a question that why is Government of Meghalaya taking so much of loan from World Bank, from ADB, from NDB, from KFW, from JICA. And they keep saying that Meghalaya government is taking all these loans from these banks. I want to share in front of our Honorable Union Finance Minister that in terms of the financing for EAPs, especially for northeastern states, it is done in the matter of 80-20 first of all. So 20% is paid by the state governments. The rest of the 80% is a loan component, which is paid at a sharing amount of 90-10. So at the end of the day, 28% is paid by the state government and 72% is repaid back by the union government. And that is why the externally aided projects are actually a huge source of revenue and a huge source of, I should say, funds that are available to smaller states like Meghalaya to be able to fund different kinds of projects that are happening today. And I take this opportunity in the presence of our Honorable Finance Minister to thank her and the Government of India for sanctioning and giving so many externally aided projects to the state of Meghalaya, almost touching 12,000 crores, which has really impacted the overall development scenario in our state. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Finance Minister for a very, very important scheme called Special Assistance to States on Capital Investment, which we call in short form SASCI. Again, this is an issue, and Madam, I would like to flag this issue today, which I had mentioned many, many days, months back to you. that this is a 50-year-long loan on interest-free loan that the states get. And I was explaining once to the assembly that if you take a 2,000 crore loan, and that loan, if you put it at 2,075, and you take the net present value of that as of today, it comes down to less than about 70 crores in terms of the value of that 2,000 crores, which is going to be what we have to repay back after 50 years. The point being that if we take 2,000 crores today, we have to repay back 2,000 crores in 2075. And the value of that 2,000 crores in 75 net present today is less than 70 crores. Hence, this is again a very, very amazing program that the government of India has started, and a great way to fund different capital investments. And ma'am, as you had seen in the presentation that was shown, that our expenditure, the capital expenditure that we have, has risen almost threefold from about 1,400 crores today touching 5,000, from 1,400 today touching almost 5,000 crores in terms of the capital expenditure that the state is doing. And hence, these are all great examples of how government of India today is supporting the northeastern states. I was earlier mentioning in the program in IIM that before 2014, there was clearly a neglect for our northeast region. There were hardly any ministers, union minister, or MOS, or prime minister coming to the northeast during those times. Let me share with you that Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has come to the northeast close to 70 times. And that is all the previous prime ministers put together. Even their number of visits does not touch the number of times Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has come to the northeast. More than 750 visits have been made by different cabinet and MOS ministers to the northeast part of India. Friends, this is a major shift in the overall mindset, the thought process, the attention, the focus, the care that today this government is giving to the people of the northeast. And it is very evident from the visit of the Honorable Union Minister, very evident from the externally aided projects we are getting, very evident from the large amount of schemes that we get, whether through SASCI or through PMAY or any other central government schemes. Friends, this is the time and the moment for the northeast part of our country, for our state of Meghalaya. The transformation that you are seeing, the state government has a role to play. We are working and we're doing whatever we can, but without the help and without the support of Honorable Prime Minister, without the help and support of Honorable Union Finance Minister and the whole government of India's machinery, this would not have been possible. So I take this opportunity once again to really thank our Honorable Prime Minister for all the support that he has been giving to our state and to Northeast as a whole. Madam, I also would like to share that apart from infrastructure development, we have been very clear that the social sectors must not be neglected. And hence, whether it is health sector, whether it's a social welfare, whether it's education, the highest budget allocation is done in these sectors. Whether it's, if you look at the health sector, today Meghalaya spends the highest amount in terms of the percentage of of the budget. The highest amount, close to 8% of our budget, is spent on the health sector. And the results are in front for everyone to see. We have seen a 50% decrease in the maternal mortality rate in the state of Meghalaya in the last 5 years. We have seen close to 40% decrease in the infant mortality rate in the state of Meghalaya in the past 5 years. And therefore, in every sector, we are ensuring that we are able to provide that equity and that justice and that care to the person at the lowest level also, without leaving anybody behind. For us also, another very important aspect of how we function as a government in terms of policy and governance is to not look at different schemes and programs and only look at the implementation and achieving the targets and numbers. We realize that at the end of the day, if we have to spend money on hospitals, create the infrastructure, that is not the basis of the judgment of how good the project has been or how successful government has been. But the impact of what we spent on the infrastructure, which led to the decrease in the mortality rate or decrease in the certain diseases and overall care, that is what ultimately matters. And hence, we have been going in a stakeholder approach. We realize it's not a schematic-based governance, but a purpose-based governance and a target-based governance and a result-based governance, which has to be the way forward for us. And in the last many years, we have kept our youth in front. And when the youth is in front, we realize education, youth and sports and youth affairs are different aspects of music, different aspects of entrepreneurship. All of this are impacting the youth. And hence, it's a holistic program that we look at and we work towards it. When we look at the health of the women, we realize it's not just the number of institutional deliveries, not just number of hospitals that are there, but the overall social stature that a woman has, the overall economic activity that the women has, the overall financial capacity that the women has. And hence, a holistic program towards gender-based budget has been done and made by our state government. And we focus on every aspect of the activities that are around a woman's life so that that finally impacts her overall health. The farmers, we realize, it's not just simply about giving seeds to them or just simply giving some kind of vehicle to them. It is a larger holistic approach of giving the seeds on time, ensuring that irrigation is there, training is given, necessary biofertilizers are given, processing is done, and at the same time market linkage is also given to them. All of these aspects need to be connected. And hence, this kind of a holistic approach and a purpose-driven kind of a policy is what we are focusing on, and we're happy to see that these kind of programs today has led to an overall important difference in the governance that we are seeing in our state. Ma'am, to conclude, we have many challenges in front of us, and I am not saying that we have been able to achieve everything. There is a lot more to be done, but I can assure you that we are on the right direction. I can assure you that the team that is working, we work as a team together. I jokingly tell my friends, whoever asks me, that what is it that you do, Conrad? How do you make this difference? I tell them, you know what? I do nothing. I do nothing, I tell them. The only thing I do is I ensure that I bring good people together and allow them to do things. And don't interfere with them. Give them a target. Give them a set of goals. Motivate them. Allow them to work, and they will be there to achieve your targets. You can ask the cabinet ministers who work with me, our officials who work with us. We work with a team spirit, and we ensure that we allow the people to achieve the goals. We set the targets, and we allow them to achieve the goals. And we are very confident, in spite of the challenges, ma'am, we will be able to move forward with your support. We see a huge possibility that is there in the entire Northeast region. I am a firm believer that Northeast region has a huge potential. I am the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, but I'm also a very strong advocate of the Northeast region. When it comes to different aspects and issues and challenges of the Northeast, I know that there are huge challenges, but at the same time, there's a huge opportunity. Our youngsters, our youth of this region are very, very motivated, are very, very capable, are very talented. They just need to be given the right direction. They need to be nurtured the right way. They need to be given the opportunity, the platform, the ecosystem. And if these things are created, I'll tell you, the Northeast will shine. And we will lead the economic development and the overall growth story of not just the Northeast, but the entire country. So, ma'am, with these few words, I once again would like to thank you, not just for your visit, but more importantly, for your support, for your love, for your care that you give to the people of the Northeast region as a whole. So thank you so much for your visit. And once again, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries who are here. I also would like to thank all the officials of Government of India who are here. Today, many projects are being implemented, are being inaugurated, and many projects, in fact, we are laying foundation stones for. So I really would like to thank our Union Finance Minister and Corporate Affairs Minister for her visit and for the support and all the care that she gives to the Northeast and especially to our state of Meghalaya. May God bless you, ma'am. May God bless our country. May God bless each and every one of you. And may God bless our beautiful state of Meghalaya. Kublai Shibun, Mathela, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary leadership, purpose-driven governance, and sharing this passion for the people and possibilities right up to the last mile, thereby instilling confidence towards achievement of the goals of the Meghalaya Vision 2032 for New Growth Story. Thank you once again, sir. Moving on to the next segment of the program, we will now have the virtual laying of the foundation stones for the key projects in Meghalaya, funded by the state as well as the central government, which will be presented in detail in a video to be played shortly. Additionally, we would also like to add to this historic exercise the formal inauguration of the 75 digital libraries, which were sanctioned and already constructed in the remote locations of the state, funded by the SASCI at the cost of Rs 162 crores. I respectfully once again request the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, to formally do the honors, albeit the virtual mode. And with great honor, I also invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, and the other dignitaries on the dais to join in this historic moment. May I request the ushers to kindly bring forward the remote for the same. These are all milestones. Please support with a resounding applause for the entire event. Thank you, ma'am, for graciously presiding over the exercise. It will remain etched in the collective memory of the state for the eminence that you have rendered with your presence. On reaching the most anticipated part of the program, may I now have the singular honor of inviting the Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, and all the cabinet colleagues of Meghalaya Chief Minister himself. Chairman CBIC, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Chief Secretary of Meghalaya, and all officials, both of the Government of Meghalaya and also the banks who have come here today. I understand the community chiefs, the community headmen from various parts of Meghalaya are also here. A special thanks to them for having come here. It will be my honor to address you all. Farmers and also the FPO groups, particularly those which are led by women themselves. I'm indeed very honored to be here. Very many specific mentions were made by the Honorable Chief Minister in his very passionate speech. But what I see as a very clear message from the Honorable Prime Minister in his focus on the development of Northeast is the way in which not only the many visits of the Prime Minister himself and of the cabinet ministers from the Union government in the last 10 years, 11th year this year, 11th and entering into the 12th, have made to this region, personally committing themselves for the growth and development of the Northeast. It doesn't just reflect in the various infrastructure projects, but also in the way in which government schemes are taken to a saturation level. Today you had some beneficiaries receiving checks under the PM Mudra scheme or PM Employment Guarantee Program or many other. But when these are in an indicative fashion showcased before a large audience, it is only to show and to demonstrate and to prove that these schemes are not just benefiting large industries. They are actually benefiting the small people who are doing their small businesses, who do not have money or land or building or any gold to offer as security. They are people who want to do their business, earn something more to keep their families going. But if they don't have securities to offer to the banks, banks never considered their proposals. But since 2014, you have Prime Minister Modi who openly said, if our banks cannot fund small entrepreneurs, small shopkeepers, small vegetable vendors who come to streets to sell their produces, but who are not able to do it because they don't have that little capital available to them, how are we going to support our citizens? So in a public meeting, in fact, I think it was even from the Red Fort that the Prime Minister said, I will be the guarantee for small businesses in this country. Banks shall not ask for any security from them. So many of these small loans which are given to small businesses, whether under PM Mudra scheme or Swanidhi scheme for street vendors in particular, and then the PM Vishwakarma scheme, which comes with 18 different trades which get training on the trade, advanced skills, and also complete kit which is given to them to carry forward their business. And during the training, get paid also so that you're not losing your wage there and coming and spending your money to get yourself trained. So well thought through programs, so that small businesses, small entrepreneurs get the support and we take it forward so that no one in this country feels neglected. No one in this country thinks that even though they want to build their businesses, they have no support mechanism prevailing around. All those apprehensions and all those fears have been dispelled. And that is why when I do these programs, I insist on at least a few people receiving in front of that state's chief minister, like now the chief minister of Meghalaya. Before him, we give these checks to those businesses which are small, but yet banks are lending to them so that their businesses can be taken forward. The reason why I'm elaborating on this one particular principle of Prime Minister Modi's governance is he says that he understands the pulse of the common people. He designs schemes in order that the common people benefit from them, and in implementing, it is not just lying in the files, it actually happens in the ground. And that doesn't happen only in and around Delhi, it happens in far-flung regions. It happens definitely in the Northeast as well. So these are only token gestures which I'm showcasing, but actually from the banks, everybody who approaches them does get that assistance. So the large principle of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas that Prime Minister often repeats is getting in the ground benefits reaching to common people. So that is why these small examples are being put before you. But during this program, I want to highlight, you saw it being showcased there in the, on the screen, as to what are those institutions which have been brought to the Northeast. Of course, it takes a lot of effort from the state government also, and your Chief Minister has been repeatedly taking up these very important messages, and therefore you see in the ground institutions coming. So what are those institutions today? Foundation stone has been laid for redevelopment of the Umiam Lake, and this is, we repeat very often, SASCI funded. It is a state assistance, which are special assistance, which are being given for capital expenditure for the states. It means that you get the money for 50 years without having to pay any interest on them. And after 50 years, as was explained by the Chief Minister, what you get today and what the value of that money would be after 50 years is a different story. And whether at that 50th year, the government of that day would say, all right, it was given, it's taken as a grant, you keep it, we don't know. But we are not going to ask you to repay that, nor ask you to give any interest on that. Take these monies and build capital assets. Now, this started post-COVID, when Prime Minister Modi said, we should help states to revive after COVID. So the economy recovery is dependent on states' recovery as well. So no good if central government spends money on capital expenditure, but some of that should go to the states. And that is why from 2020-21, we are giving capital assistance to the states so that they can, without, some portion of it comes without any condition, some portion comes with nudging the state to undertake reforms so that you're getting your records digitized, your land assets are all digitized and documents given to people, meters are provided so that electricity benefits and reaches the right kind of beneficiary, and so on. So this SASCI, as a capital amount going to the states, is not a part of the Finance Commission's recommendation. I'd like to keep this on record before eminent citizens here. Central government will have to honor every core recommendation given by the Finance Commission. You have to devolve this much amount to the states every month. On the 10th, on the 20th, you have to do this. You have to give this much for disaster relief. You have to send this much for the municipalities and the elected bodies, and so on. That is anyway followed to the last word. But beyond that, Prime Minister Modi has been a chief minister in a state and he knows what is the difficulty for states. And that is why since after COVID, he said, never mind, you're doing everything what the Finance Commission has recommended to you, but I want you to help the states so that they can build capital assets and revive, because when you build capital assets, local employment increases possibilities, and also the core sectors benefit. You'll buy more cement, buy more steel to do the project. As a result, those industries and people working on them will benefit. The spillover effect, what we call as multiplier effect, will be lots more than giving money in the hands of the people. You get employment generation, the whole economy reels around these kind of activities, and therefore the revival will be holistic. And that is actually showing results. And I will put on record my appreciation for Meghalaya's efforts in making sure it is fully utilized. SASCI is given on a kind of a formula, which is, the formula is given in general for tax devolution by the Finance Commission, but we use the same formula as to how much should go to which state and so on. Some states, for whatever reason, I'm not blaming them, are not able to utilize it in full every year. But here we have Meghalaya using its quota full and saying, if you have some more spare money, give it to me. I have reasons to spend. And every year there is this request coming, give me more. Having fully utilized what is already given to them, they ask me, and there are times I'm holding back, saying, there can be other states saying, what's happening with central government in Meghalaya? You seem to be giving more to them. So, if the state government puts its heart and soul together, you get a lot more benefit, because there is an avenue legitimately to utilize what is there for the states to utilize. You need an efficient administration. You need an efficient delivering on the ground of projects, and that's why this morning I was shown all the SASCI projects from far and on record. You're seeing it now. So I'll just list it out before you. A project or a scheme which started after 2021 till today has seen in Meghalaya this many projects coming as a result. So you have the Umiam Lake redevelopment at 99.99 crores. You have a MICE infrastructure, that is for large conferences, meetings. When people come to Shillong, you can invite huge big, corporations to come and say, you want to have your annual general body meeting, come and hold it in Shillong. They would say, we wouldn't mind coming, but where is the infrastructure? Now you have the MICE, which is going to be built, large conference halls, meeting places, catering to their needs, will attract a lot more such agencies, and even G20-like meetings can be held here. So you're having MICE infrastructure, which is coming up, completely funded by SASCI, and at a project cost of 99.99 crores. That is Mau Khanu. I think the foundation stone laying has happened. Again, a football stadium proposed to be funded again by SASCI, and that is at 732 crores. Working women's hostel in Shillong, which is going to again help a lot of women who come to work in the city to have a hostel for them. 75 digital libraries, which has also got inaugurated today, already constructed out of 750 digital libraries which have been sanctioned. And you have the residential, office come residential. This is not SASCI, but this is something again where central government's institutions, like the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Now I'm also talking about having the foundation laid for CBIC, Central Board for Indirect Taxation and Customs, which also takes care of GST, having its office come residential complex, a major large establishment coming in New Shillong. That's a project completely funded by the central government at 256.23 crores. Then I mentioned about the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, first of its, or one and only, let's say, IICA outside of Delhi being established in Shillong. That's about 100 crores. Then distribution you saw of beneficiaries of NPS Vatsalya, Swanidhi, Mudra, and so on. And SIDBI gave term loan of 21 lakhs and grant support of CSR initiatives for 16.9 lakhs today. Here, before you, if that is one day's work for the Northeast by Prime Minister Modi's government, you see the attention being given to the Northeast for not just the short term, but for a long term. And this is the commitment with which we from the union government are working. We believe in taking people together, whether it is the farmers, small farmer, FPOs that are displaying their products, whether it's exporting these products outside of Meghalaya, taking them all over the world, and making sure that value addition to these projects or products also happen here. So without taking more of your time, I just want to say that it was an NDA government which started a separate department for Northeast Affairs. And that was under Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji when he was the Prime Minister. Separate department for the Northeast was established in 2001. We seriously mean that Northeast should get the attention, the investment and the commitment from Government of India, and that was formed then. So then we look at Northeast as not just the Northeast as a region, but it stands for, I think, empower, act, strengthen, and transform. And that is why there's so much of attention given to the Northeast. As Ashtalakshmi, I think there's a lot of importance. 91 projects worth 1,239 crores have been completed, and 35 projects worth over 1,000 crores are ongoing just in Meghalaya. This is under the Northeast Special Infrastructure Development Scheme, which is since 2017-18 launched. PM Divine, which is a 100% centrally funded scheme announced in the union budget of 22-23. I still remember the day when we announced it. There was such a euphoria that lots of attention is going for the Northeast, and rightly so. 3 projects worth 496 crores are ongoing in Meghalaya on the PM Divine. Of course, there are Uttar Purva Transformation Industrialization Scheme, which is also announced by the 2024 budget. So there is just a lot of things which is being undertaken everywhere in the Northeast, not just in Meghalaya. I'm happy to be here. Particular data which I'd like to mention is 540 kilometers of national highway have been constructed since 2014 in Meghalaya. Optical fiber cable coverage in Meghalaya has increased 5-fold since 2014. So if I have to read out the data on those particular smaller businesses and households, I would seek your indulgence if I can just list out for Meghalaya what has been extended through Jan Dhan Yojana. 8.64 lakh bank accounts have been opened in Meghalaya. Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, 5.5 lakh have enrolled for life insurance cover, and that is a subsidized life insurance cover given by the PM Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. PM Suraksha Bima Yojana covers nearly 1 lakh who have got accident insurance cover. PM Awas Yojana has provided 1.5 lakh houses for those who so require it. Jal Jeevan Mission, which takes Ghar Ghar Pani, Nal Se Pani, Nal Se Jal, 5.3 lakh households which are in the rural areas have been provided tap water connections, and rural tap water coverage has increased to 82.85% as of July 2025. Just only 4,550 rural houses had tap water connections in 2019. Swachh Bharat Mission, which is for rural areas, gave 3 lakh plus people rural household which received toilets built for them. PM Ujjwala Yojana, where subsidized cooking gas reaches homes, 3 lakh or over 3 lakh households have been provided LPG connections. Jan Aushadhi Kendras, which give affordable medicines. There are data about each one of the medical or the medicine which is sold out of Jan Aushadhi Kendras, where people getting medicines for chronic illnesses used to spend somewhere like 2,000 rupees per month. I'm taking just a random example, 2,000 rupees per month, are now spending only 600 rupees a month. That is the proportion of decrease because of the generic medicines which are available in these Jan Aushadhi Kendras. Ayushman Bharat has given medical coverage for more than 20 lakh citizens in Meghalaya. Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, which gives free rice for the poor, has supported more than 21 lakh beneficiaries. PM Kisan supports 1.8 lakh farmers in Meghalaya. So I wouldn't go further to speak about roads, bridges, and others. The total, I think, on the SASCI, which is used for building capital assets, which is a 50-year interest-free loan, the total which has been given to Meghalaya since 2021 till today is 5,400 crores. I would think for Meghalaya, there's more to do, but I'm happy that is the amount which the government of Meghalaya has used effectively for building capital assets, which I gave you a list of it. There is, of course, a lot more to be shared, but I like to share something which the Chief Secretary here mentioned to you, which I had mentioned earlier in the meeting which I attended, which is something which we have learned a lot from the Northeast. The Northeast has given us, in its own wisdom, a lot which is important for us to follow. Let me just get that page. I had some difficulty in pronouncing it, but I will still try. Thank you. These are some core values which I have taken or I've imbibed, which are essentially, if I'm right, Khasi. So, Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo. Khasi people, in their local wisdom, have given something which is absolutely essential for today's development, particularly when globally we are talking about sustainable development. In the G20, we spoke about one earth, one family. We also speak about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The entire world is one family. We also say sustainable growth and climate action. Unless these values, which Khasi people have given us, are imbibed in every one of our policy making, so that we respect people, we respect communities, we respect the environment, we leave the environment as pristine as we've inherited for the future generation, and above all, be ethically conscious and remain to showcase our integrity, both of purpose and of values that we hold. So I was very hesitant, but I wanted to say that this is a message which I've imbibed from the Khasi people. Pardon me for my pronunciation, but I like to take this opportunity when the entire cabinet of Meghalaya is here, people of Meghalaya are before me. I'm taking a risk in my pronunciation, but I utterly value these 5 great principles. They are very consistent with what India and globally all of us are doing. Ka tip brew tip blai. I don't know if it's making sense. Ka tip brew tip blai. If you want to know God, know man first. Meaning, to know man is to know God. So if you really are keen to live your life with the blessing of God, live with knowing man. So I salute Kasi people for this one brilliant guiding wisdom that we've heard. The second, ka khamai ya ka hok. I hope you're not laughing at my pronunciation. But ka khamai ya ka hok is very important to me. You earn righteousness. Meaning, doing business with integrity actually resonates with the core of responsible, sustainable business practices. So we are trying to build businesses, we want FPOs, we want to sell our pineapples, and we want to reach the world with all the great artisanry that we've got here. But we also have to earn righteousness for all this to succeed. And that has to get infused in the policy making that we do. So that is something, again, I bow to the Kasi language for having given that virtuous line. The third, katip kurtip ka. I hope I'm all right. Respect for kinship and community. So unless the essence of what all of us are doing is reflective of the respect that we have for our relatives, for our people, for our community, from where we grew, from where we learnt our values and virtues, what use is it if I succeed? So, ka tip kur tip ka. We have to respect kinship and community. And again, thanks for the wisdom of the Kasi people for having come up with these golden words. The next, ka bhalang bhalang ka imlang. I'm okay? Ka balang ka imlang. Meaning what you do should be for the common good. You cannot be so righteous, or you cannot be so clever, or you cannot be so successful that you succeed, but you succeed at the cost of somebody else. You succeed, but your community gets nothing out of it. You succeed, but it's not for the common good, it's purely for your selfish good. No, Kasi people have in their wisdom said, do what is for the common good. Of course you do for your good as well, but do for common good. It's a foundational principle, which is what is today's sustainability, shared prosperity. You get all this from the Western world today. They tell you that every policy, unless it is going to be for the common good, we shall not fund from the World Bank, we shall not fund from so and so and so on. In very many different ways they say it. But isn't that the wisdom of the Kasi people? Is it something new for us? Didn't we know about it? But when it is being reminded, we have to doubly remind ourselves that that's all right. We respect that. But our people have said it here in the Kasi land. Our people, our headmen have told this to every villager. Our people have said this among one another. Our youth may be in a hunger to move forward so that they can achieve their goals. But the wisdom of our people cannot be forgotten. We have to remind ourselves that wisdom of Kasi language. And the final point is Me Ramu. Me Ramu? Me Ramu. Ramayu. And there's something else, one more bit. Ki ringkau ki basa. Reverence for nature. Absolutely important in this day and age when we are talking about climate action. There's no point if we forget to respect nature. That's what has given us the blue sky, the green, valleys, the mountains with the wonderful trees, the wonderful freshwater streams, the lakes, the beauty of Meghalaya, the clouds. You're passing through clouds every day. What fortunate people to live in Meghalaya. Breathing fresh air, drinking water which quenches the thirst. I cannot but every time I drink water in Meghalaya say this. Water quenches thirst in Meghalaya. There are places where I drink water, it fills my belly, but no, thirst is still there in my tongue. Beautiful state, beautiful people, wonderful blessing of the nature, and that's why you have said in your language, respect nature. Mai Ramu, ki rinkao ki basa. Wonderful message. I'm sharing your message to you. Pardon me if it is some kind of a transgression, but this is what I think I would take away home, because these are messages which are very relevant for today's governance, and the ancient wisdom of the people of this land is relevant even today for all of us. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for the very memorable address on this very memorable afternoon, which I believe will not be forgotten anytime soon by all of us who've had the privilege to have listened to you. In conclusion to this remarkably historic program, may I request the Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, Finance Department, etc., Dr. D. Vijay Kumar, IAS, to propose the vote of thanks.
The chief guest of today's program, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji, Honorable Union Finance Minister and Minister for Corporate Affairs, our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Honorable Ministers of the State Government, Chairperson of CBIC, Secretary MCA, respected Chief Secretary, senior officers of the State Government, officials from the banks, headmen, farmers, entrepreneurs, youth, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everyone. Today is indeed a red letter day for all of us here in Meghalaya as we celebrate the successes of the state over the last few years, as we celebrate in the midst of our esteemed guests, our Honorable Union Finance Minister, and we reaffirm our commitment to make Meghalaya a developed state. Ma'am, you standing, we sitting here with all of us sitting here with you, we are inspired. You have shared the traditional wisdom just now. I think it's a great moment. It's a day that all of us will remember for a very, very long time. I'd like to formally thank you on behalf of all of us, on behalf of the state government, on behalf of everybody here, on behalf of the citizens of our beautiful state. Our Chief Minister already very eloquently thanked and explained the support that you have given to the state. We thank you. You're staying here for 4 days. Madam is visiting not only Shillong but also Cherrapunji. We are going all the way to Sobar. So it's an inspiration for all the farmers, for young people to be able to see you, to listen to you, and to kind of take all the inspiration. We thank you so much, and with a deep sense of gratitude. Also for elucidating the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister and for laying the foundation stone for 1,400 crores worth of projects in our beautiful state. I'd also like to thank our Honorable Chief Minister, our leader, the leader of Team Meghalaya. Sir, your energy, your enthusiasm inspires us all. We are all on track to making our Meghalaya, Viksit Meghalaya, under your direction and under your guidance. I'd also like to thank all our honorable ministers, our Deputy Chief Minister, our Cabinet Ministers, Team Meghalaya, everybody who's here for all the support, for the guidance, our Chief Secretary, sir, who's a constant source of guidance and leadership. I'd like to thank the whole team of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Secretary ma'am, for all the support, for bringing the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs regional office to Shillong. It's the only office outside Delhi. It'll be a great help for all the entrepreneurs. So thank you so much to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. A huge gratitude to the chairperson of the Central Board of Indirect Tax and Customs and the entire team. We are again very delighted that the beautiful campus of CBIC will be coming up in our own New Shillong city. To our partners, bank officials from SBI, officials from all the banks are here. Thank you so much. Beneficiaries of schemes have come up and received checks here. Thank you for all the work you do in the remote regions, especially the banks. We know the challenges of the banking sector, ma'am, in very, very remote villages without internet connectivity, without electricity sometimes. So banks are trying to function and deliver services under your mandate and guidance. So we thank all our banking partners. We thank the funding agencies. Our friends from IFAD are here, our friends from various other funding agencies. As our Honorable Chief Minister said, many externally aided projects are being implemented in the state. So we thank all our partners for the support and for working with us. And to our farmers, our youth, our entrepreneurs, they have traveled from different parts of the state to be here, to see you, to hear your words of wisdom. So we thank all of you for coming here. It's such a wonderful program. To the headmen of the various localities of Shillong who have come here to participate in this program, and to everyone who is associated with this program and all the other programs that we are organizing, to the beautiful exhibition that we have been able to set up, to all the artisans, a deep sense of gratitude from all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kuble Shibun, Mithela, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And we have officially come to the end of this wonderful program this afternoon. As the dignitaries leave the venue, I request everyone in this auditorium to please remain standing and to make way for the carpet which will exit the venue soon. The video on the key projects mentioned earlier will continue to play for the information. Yes. I request everyone gathered in the auditorium to please remain standing where you are for a group picture with the dignitaries.
right for every Meghalayan.
New Shillong, a rising urban hub in Meghalaya, will soon host the CBIC Integrated Complex, a landmark initiative in India's tax administration. Strategically nestled in the hills, the modern facility will unify office and residential spaces, enhancing taxpayer facilitation and making citizen services more accessible, efficient and responsive in the Northeast. Inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of ease of doing business and Vikasit Bharat, this project is more than brick and mortar. It is a gateway to higher standards of citizen-centric governance. Spread across nearly 60,000 square meters, the complex has been designed to include a state-of-the-art training facility for indirect tax officers across the Northeast region, a strategic center for building officer capabilities and fostering trade awareness, especially in remote and high-potential regions. This integrated project is a proud step in aligning CBIC's vision with India's broad objectives, strengthening infrastructure, promoting legal trade, and generating employment in the region. It has been envisioned that CBIC should have robust infrastructure in the Northeast, not just to serve, but to lead, to enable, and to empower. Today, the Honorable Union Finance Minister of India lays the foundation stone, marking the beginning of a journey of service, trust, and transformation. CBIC Integrated Complex